right now, right after the patch of AI.
For the longest time.
For the longest time.
For the past, I'd say, better part of a year, Lindis has been dominating the jungle.
The jungle, what more? Add to that Fennec. Really good in terms of objectives, the ability hitting structures at the same time.
And very safe. He's able to move around his ultimate. And that's a great zoning tool.
True. Meanwhile, Florentino, one of the high skill capped hero that is that once performed so well, can even 1v5 or 1v many of the opponents. Murad on their line right now. I think this is such a strong lineup at the same time to go up against squishy targets like Lindis and Fennec.
I want to go back on to that point you talked about Florentino. Him being a first pick here for Malaysia is a great pickup, given that, again, just like Zenial, you're not letting out too many cards. And just the same, he's a safe pick, given that he's not weak to many heroes, and he's able to perform based on how he rotates. If he stays in the lane, he's able to even maybe push that and, you know, act as a split pusher.
Well,
if someone visits him though, he's able to jump out.
Right, I get your point there, but matching up the Florentino with a Yena, I think the Yena can say something. Yena, this is a really flexible hero at the same time, has really good movement speed, burst damage,
CC.
and CC at the same time, and quite tanky, especially once you go full moon.
And that's one of the few heroes that can actually give Florentino a hard time.
Yeah.
And again, what Florentino here can do is, after he clears the wave, get out of there. He's able to rotate. He's just able to move out. Maybe take a small camp here and there, check in mid. But as we're discussing the off lane here, the Dark Slayer lane, let's look at the ban. Second phase, it is Vietnam taking out the Hayate, taking out the Crixie. A lot of damage they're looking into taking away from Malaysia. As well on the side of Malaysia, it is going to be the Raz and the Annette.
The Annette, I'm liking, well, it's very interesting to see Annette in the bans right now. I didn't see the Annette getting banned at all, even from the off-stream matches or the off-stage matches that we've seen, that we've casted from yesterday. But it seems like they want to remove a really good, Team Malaysia wants to remove good poke heroes in here. The Raz, the Annette, even the Elsu that is going from the back line.
Yeah, they don't like the zoning. They don't like the range that's being brought out here by these heroes. So they would rather have the fights happen in close quarters, and that's exactly what Baldoom wants.
Wow.
If you overextend, then Baldoom just punishes you.
Might be, but look at this. Am I seeing this correctly? Azenka as well as alright now.
They wouldn't.
Alright. So, no double mage, definitely. It's gonna be a very easy target for the Fennec as well as the Lindis. Rourke might be okay as the ADC or the DPS source for the side of Team Malaysia. Balan is okay too, you know, for the sure stun.
Yeah.
Darcy at the same time having good crowd control.
Yeah, Balan's safer, I think.
Right, it's safe, totally safe. But in terms of range, he cannot match up what the range of other marksmen has in here. The Fennec as well, so Lindis.
Yeah, I think Fennec has the largest base range out of any other archer or marksman in the game right now.
If you remove Talanis and Brunhilde,
if they cast their spells.
Yeah.
So that being said, here it looks like Vietnam is going to try and take advantage of the relative immobility of Valheim and Darcy. The Flash here can dive in. This is a very specific choice.
Especially if you build the Flash with a high ability power in his kit for his equipment, he definitely will just burst down the Valheim, even the Darcy as well.
This gives them a very interesting conundrum, that is Malaysia. Check it out. Vietnam here can build a very, very high damage output build Flash. But then again, if you build the necessary items, if you build the Medallion of Troy, if you build the Oracle, and you build all of these defensive, magic defensive items, you're forced out against the Lindis and the Fennec. So what do you do there?
What do you do? But for the meantime, I think one thing I've noticed in here, Fennec was forced to make use of the Purify. We can see a lot of CC coming from the side of Team Malaysia. You know, the Baldoom.
the Valheim,
Yeah, the
Darcy,
the Darcy,
even the Florentino.
Right,
Yeah.
right. There's tons coming.
We just named all the
10
heroes.
seconds
Almost
remaining.
actually 4 of them. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen in this one. But in terms of predictions in here, do you have any predictions just basing on the overall composition that these teams have built?
I like how Vietnam is just going straight for a strategy that they trust and that they believe in. So I'm giving them the slight advantage here because of that one question I posted. Yeah, what if this flash does take off? What if Vietnam is able to make the flash snowball in mid, and that gives the Lindis and the Fennec enough time and space to farm up? That's gonna be quite the conundrum for Malaysia.
I think Team Vietnam just has to be very careful when the flash goes in and he gets stunned by the Valheim. He might not be able to back away. Especially, it's not just, again, the Valheim having that crowd control from the side of Team Malaysia. But one thing that Malaysia has to be very careful on as well is that these 2 marksmen that can take out objectives very, very fast.
Very fast.
Very, very
5 seconds.
I am again. That's again the duality that Vietnam is coming in with, right? It's first the magic and the physical damage, and then the second one is, so what? Are we afraid of their capacity to deal damage to heroes or to objectives? That's really what Vietnam is doing. They're making Malaysia think about all these factors, and essentially, it's Malaysia's time to answer back. The ball is in their court. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the game. As we see now, the bombs are relatively safe. They're just keeping to their own side here.
Safe, but we can see the Team Vietnam was able to clear off the jungle much faster, having that Lindis, and we know that Lindis is such a fast clear jungle hero.
Oh, possibly the fastest, given that going into the bushes puts up speed too.
Right.
So he's able to just rotate and clear.
I do agree on that, especially with her second skill. But meanwhile, and here, everyone's just basically will try to fast clear all of the lanes before going for a potential fight. It's just basically poking at each other. I don't think they're gonna go all in on that.
Oh no, not at all. Not at least under 2 minutes here.
Yeah.
Given that Taitong here could potentially wild charge in, may get you out of place, and have Chan here just reap the benefits of it. I mean, Dimension Cube hurts. Very early on, it hurts already.
Definitely can hurt. One more if there's a portal added onto that. Well, anyway, it is almost 2-minute game time. No calculus, all about the 3 ADCs that actually gathering on the top lane probably would want to secure the Spirit Sentinel that is just about to go up, and Vietnam has a good position in that.
Yeah, Vietnam's gonna take this. It's as free as it could get. Taitong here trying to check if he could contest, but it's not gonna happen. Heavy rotation right here. 4 heroes for Vietnam taking over mid. It is going to be Dong just going back here. And yeah, they're scouting the Dragons. That might be the next objective these two teams are going to be trying to go for.
Definitely 200 gold advantage on the side of Vietnam. Looks like they want to put a higher advantage so far as they try to contest the middle lane right now. Taitong as well as Chan Guan will not go for that fight.
No way. Nguyen Bien almost went for the forced engage there, but he just doesn't have walking tall yet. Level 4 has not yet been gathered by our support here. So if level 4 was ready for the Armor, could have been an interesting situation. Yeah, could have been a go.
Yeah, but meanwhile, 4 members on the side of Team Vietnam are heading towards the top lane. Valheim is all alone, even going for a teleport back to the base. I wonder what might be the next objective. I mean, they're not even contesting the dragon yet.
Nope. Here we see Leong. That's Du Leong just rotating, trying to join out in mid. Does not want to approach from the side. So
oh, they interchange lanes.
Yeah, it's a quick switch.
Quick switch. Where the Fennec is, that's where I go. That's what the Valheim said.
Earlier in the game, I think the Valheim has a
oh my golem!
You see that though?
Oh!
Nice steal right there by Vietnam.
And they stole the small monsters at the same time. They got a good position in the Abyssal Dragon Kratos right now. It looks like it's going to be a free hit, whereas it's actually not opting for that. Instead, they went onto the middle lane and clear off the minion wave.
Yeah, Vuong is eating so well here in this game. Vuong on that Lindis
well fed.
is just so happy. And it looks like he's planting vision in the middle, and he knows exactly when Malaysia's going to be rotating.
And vision is very important in MOBA games from now. However, Taitung still has a bad position on this one. Who's casting his ultimate. Unfortunately, he is so low. Looks like he will fall down onto the hands of Moyen, VH. And there you go. First blood going to the side of Vietnam.
That's a good take right there by Vietnam. I mean, it's one pick off on the tank that begs to be mentioned. But then again, in a kind of matchup like this, you take what you can.
Kokar forced to back away. He definitely can do anything about that. And look at that preheating Fennec onto the top lane at the same time.
A blue team tower has been destroyed.
Nice delayed conversion here by Vietnam, taking that top turret. I think what Malaysia's doing right now is they're just trying to play defensively. They just really need Kokar Seng to catch people off with one good turbulence. That's it.
And I think what Vietnam is doing in here is just quite a little bit passive at the same time. The Lin is just basically jungling and jungling. Even the jungle of their opponent, that's what they're trying to take. But meanwhile, I think we have a fight going on to the bot lane. 2v2 situation right now. Karseng forced to back away. So was his Florentino. And look at that. While he got an opportunity and space on the bottom lane part of the map, discreetly, the Lindis is just stealing the small minions or monsters from the jungle top of Malaysia.
And that hurts ever so slightly a little bit more because Kokar Seng needs those buffs. He needs those little monsters to trigger turbulence off of, right? You need the 5 stacks.
And that's what you want to remove from the Murad. Don't let him get some stacks so that he can't go for an ultimate. And that's currently happening at the moment. 3 kills gold lead on the hands of Vietnam at this 5-minute game time.
I love the way that Vietnam here is just balancing how Do and Vuong are not necessarily stealing from each other. You know what I mean? The experience and the gold, because they're both marksmen, they're both archers, and they need to find the gold from the map.
Right.
And here we see Must make it. Our Fennec King, Don looking really low. Missing the wild prison just ever so slightly. Chan getting in there, and it looks like Mas Python is going to go down. Malaysia's tank is in danger, and he is down here. That is Nguyen taking out Chan. There's a delayed kill by the Flash. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 for none currently in favor of Vietnam. Malaysia needs to find some space.
I'd say that's even 3 for non-trade because they took down 1/3 on the bottom lane as well.
+1.
Yeah. Well, Team Vietnam can snowball from there. It looks like they're going to take advantage towards the middle lane. The Fennec is probably working towards the Dragon at the moment. We can see that in the map or in the camera right now, but it's not well contested by anyone from Team Malaysia. It's going to go to Vietnam.
Malaysia here is starting. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
And very early, it's amazing how Vietnam was able to just get on that and say, you know what?
Oh, Lindis is about to join the team, and look at that kill going to the Lindis. And he got his position onto the middle lane part of the map as the Violent, or rather, the Fennec can get to go free and even spending that ultimate on the structure. However, it didn't fall down, but at least they were able to put down the HP bars of the members of Team Malaysia.
We have to note here how Malaysia is still holding on, given that they are being
Oh, look at the damage they're done.
starved already. Yeah, they're being so starved already this early.
Oh, flash.
You see Kokar Seng getting bursted down by Yun on that flash.
Wow. Right now, we can't see any damage output coming from the side of Team Malaysia. They have to avoid as much as possible team fights that I think Vietnam isn't even forcing.
Vietnam is just playing their game.
Right, they're just going for objectives. Then again, we just saw the Lindis just going for the jungle, and it's basically the Fennec going for more of the gank. Meanwhile, in here, when Ormar in here will just back away, they stop taking that Dark Slayer. I think commends to Malaysia for successfully shoving away Vietnam from that objective day.
Very defensive play there by Malaysia, successfully executed. But if there is something I need to note here, Chab for Malaysia on that Valheim, he seems to be in trouble. I mean, we're not feeling him.
We're not yet feeling him. Well, he got ganked a while ago in the bottom lane. He doesn't have damage. Even the Murad doesn't have damage at all. So we can say that Malaysia is not really up for any team fights that Vietnam might force to happen.
Yeah, that's troubling because it's Vietnam's lineup that is essentially on paper stronger in the late game.
Right.
And the early game should have belonged to Malaysia here.
Should have.
Should
But
have, yeah.
for the meantime, they're just really taking objectives one after another in a matter of seconds. And then look at this. All of the tier 1 turrets are down, and no turrets has been hurt onto the side of Team Vietnam at this 9-minute game time. Look at that damage.
Dota Tong taking out the Florentino up top. This turret might go down as well. There it is. Not much the Baltoon can do. Isaiah, how can Malaysia come back?
How can Malaysia come back? It's going to be very hard. It's going to be an easier said than done, but you know they have to prolong this team fight. But I guess I think the Darcy needs a good position to target the Lindis as well as the Fennec, because the Darcy might be the answer. Unfortunately, we're not finding that position for the Darcy right now.
Well, there's video being committed by Saitong, and Nguyen is going in, just ever so slightly confident. PN, that is the Ormar. Where is our Yena? Yena, check out Yena. Look at the Yena.
Yena is just in the bottom lane part of the map, clearing of the minion waves, and that is his job. Now a position has been placed here for the Fennec, easily taking the turret away. Oh my goodness.
Gokhardt is saying cannot do anything. I mean, sure, he can pop the turbulence and just clear waves, but aren't you supposed to be using that on heroes?
The 0-5 right now, no kills as of yet for the side of Team Malaysia. Again, we're not seeing the Darcy working here. We're not seeing the Darcy becoming very effective to target the squishies on the side of Vietnam. What are they lacking? They got the crowd control, just like what we have mentioned a while ago, but I think what they're lacking is an assassin to go on that line and catch those squishes now.
You have Murad, but that's one. You only have one target, and here the siege on the base of Malaysia has begun. Gokhardt saying drop in right there. There's not much the Filipino can do. He drops, and it is going to be a quick one from Vietnam as they go for this Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam takes the game in about 11 minutes against Malaysia.
That was very fast, and I think Team Malaysia didn't even get one kill from that fight. We can say that this is a very dominating match between these two countries. And we were talking about what was lacking on the side of Team Malaysia. We gotta admit, we commended how good their crowd control is.
There were a few defensive plays.
Right, but unfortunately there was no one. Murad wasn't enough to go for the backline of Team Vietnam, and at the same time, it's more like Vietnam did a really good job in terms of, you know, stealing the jungle away from Team Malaysia. That the Murad doesn't even, cannot even go for an ultimate because it didn't have any staff.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, most teams or most games that we see, whenever the team goes for the choke strategy or, you know, force their opponents into their own base, it usually happens during the mid to late game. But here, Vietnam smelt blood in the water, and they just decided, you know what? I think we can do this. Let's start choking you out. We'll start taking your little camps and even your buffs at about 5 to 6 minutes.
But okay, this is global ban pick mode, so Team Vietnam won't be able to make use of the Lindis, all of these heroes, actually both of these teams.
Yeah.
But these are power picks showing off just early on from game 1, right away on the side, coming from the side of Team Vietnam. So I don't know, what can they show off on the succeeding games, knowing that they have showed that Lindis and Fennec already.
Well, we're talking about the Vietnam. We're talking about Team Vietnam. We're talking about the Lindis. We're talking about Fennec. These are very high tier teams, high tier heroes for a high tier team. But I think what we can expect from them in game 2 and 3, if ever it gets there, they might start to prioritize the supports and the jungles because they technically kind of compromised, right? Double
with Ormar.
Yeah, right. So they have a lot more to spend when we're talking about the global budget here. But we'll see how
I like that budget.
Right? That's just a concept, right? Like the budget, the taxing. AOV starting to turn into a game of economy.
Right.
But with that being said, we are going to go into a quick break. When we come back, we will see game 2 and potentially will be the decider for Malaysia, because it is game point here for Vietnam, or will we see another slobber knocker in a 3-game series? You're watching the lower bracket semifinals for Arena of Valor, and this is the 30th SEA Games. We will be right back.
It's also an honor to be at this boot camp. Also, I got a chance, opportunity to teach maybe new generation, young players. I'm really happy to be here.
The boot camp really helped me as a player to get ready for the Southeast Asian Games 2019, because we had JDCR, which is one of the best second players in the world, to train with us. I'm really grateful and appreciate the effort from Team Laser to bring JDCR to the Philippines.
Terima kasih untuk Razer dan juga Sinitel untuk karena adanya mereka dapat terjadi acara ini sekarang ini untuk bootcamp ini, dan terima kasih untuk IJ khususnya untuk Bulba, karena dengan adanya Bulba kita dapat mendapatkan coaching yang sangat baik, yang dimana itu untuk SEA Games nanti, dan kita sangat bersemangat, sangat excited untuk nanti ya untuk SEA Games pada tahun ini.
And we are back for the continuing broadcast of the Southeast Asian game. Esports coverage. Once again, we will be your broadcasters for the Arena of Valor lower bracket match in the playoffs. I'm Kaysaya.
And I am Leo. If you're just joining us, welcome. Thank you for making us a part of your weekend. We just witnessed Vietnam finish off Malaysia in the first game in this best of 3 in about 11 minutes in such dominant fashion.
It was a dominant fashion. We were talking about the expenditures of both of these teams. Lindis, Fennec. Actually, was it just a Lindis, Fennec and Yina was spent a while ago from game 1 by Team Vietnam. Meanwhile, it seems like Team Malaysia spent a lot. You know,
They essentially splurged. Yeah, because given this best of 3 series, there is the global ban and pick system put into place, meaning if you picked a hero in a certain game, you can no longer pick them in the consecutive games in that series. So in game 1, Malaysia already picked up the Murad, they already picked up the Darcy, the Florentino, the Baldu. I'm just naming heroes that are strong in the meta right now.
Right.
So given that Malaysia already picked them up in this game, they can no longer pick them in the coming matches as they try to knock Vietnam out.
At the same time, we were wondering how did they pick up the Murad, given that there was already a Fennec and a Lindis that could clear off jungle really fast, faster than him. Even the Lindis just take away even the small monsters. And small monsters, even if you remove that one monster from your opponent's jungle camp, you know, definitely the jungler of your opponent will be gapped already.
Very specifically, Murad will be a gap.
And that happened.
Yeah, and essentially it was a twofold plan. It was, let's say, it was how they were dissected or deconstructed, essentially. They were like, you know what? The lane up top and down bottom are vulnerable to the heavy presence from Lindis. So Lindis is able to just rotate, yeah?
Right, and not just rotate, it's a quick rotate, knowing that she gets a fast, a higher movement speed when she goes onto bushes. And let's see how Team Malaysia will be able to make a comeback on this one.
We can't say that Malaysia just lost in the game because the draft was also quite shaky. Truth be told. But they do have one more chance here against Vietnam to even it out, put it at 1-1 to essentially fight for their chance to stay in this tournament. You're watching once more the very first time that esports is being part of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. How lucky is that? That the 30th time that we're putting up these sporting events is the first time that esports is part of it.
And we're very happy that Arena of Valor made it up to the lineup of games for the esports category for the 30th Southeast Asian Game. Meanwhile, again, guys, whoever wins the series will at least secure a bronze from our
at least.
At least. So they still have a chance on going up to the silver or get a gold.
And how fruitful would it be for Malaysia to knock out our reigning world champions in Vietnam, right? Would that not be such an underdog story? Would that not be such a feel-good moment? But
it will be if that happens.
Yeah, they have such a tall mountain to climb, and they have to begin right here, right now, in the draft. It's game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Vietnam is now on the play. Malaysia is answering back. And our first pick here on the side of Vietnam, again, very safe. Could be played in the off lane, could be put in mid. It's the Varus.
Yeah, the Varus, and actually Varus is, from the data from yesterday, Varus is actually one of the highly picked heroes of Team Malaysia, and Vietnam getting advantage on getting the first pick right now. They took away that opportunity from Malaysia already. Meanwhile, it's not yet done since we're just about to, complete the hero pool for both of the teams. Malaysia securing the Hayate as well as the Kuriknak.
One thing to note here is how open the meta is. Given that, as we mentioned, Malaysia has already spent so much, right? In game 1, they picked up 4, arguably 5 great heroes. And still, their first 2 picks here in game 2 are quite the heavy hitters in Hayate and Kriknak.
Right. Well, Darcy, for sure will go to the jungle. Varus might go to the mid. We don't know. This is going to be a mind games
Yep.
for Team Malaysia. But if we're going to go for the obvious, Darcy jungle, Varus mid.
Yeah, this is the best combination you can end up with. I mean, it's pretty telegraphed. The Darcy lock, and then just very so promptly after the Varus. So this is essentially how it is, how you said it. And this Elsu is going to go to the safe lane. Great fire support from Elsu with those snipes from afar. Varus just keeping the front line solid. This is going to be an interesting go at it. But if we're going to look at it, Malaysia's Kriknak is good against the Darcy and the Elsu.
Yeah, for sure. For as long as he doesn't get caught with, of course, the ultimate and, of course, the dimensional portal, the dimensional cube by the Darcy. And for as long as Elsu is not yet online, because, of course, the true damage that may come from Elsu is going to be a problem against the Kriknak as well. I was wanting to talk about the mid lane hero that they would want to match up against the Vietnam. Against Vietnam's Varus. Definitely Varus is a warrior that can clear minion waves fast for as long as his passive will connect. Liliana, I think, is also a good choice.
I think the Liliana is a win against Varus in the early game. So basically what Vietnam here has to do is just protect themselves and play very safe against the Liliana. And they could be well on their way. Let's talk about the second phase of banning here. It is Malaysia starting it off in the second phase.
All support.
It's the Annette and the Pura / Pena being taken out from Vietnam. And Vietnam, they're taking out offlaners.
Offlaners versus support that is being respected by both of the countries. Well, I think now what we have to take a look at is the fourth pick of Team Malaysia. What they're currently lacking in here is the support and the DS laner.
Yep.
So what are the options right now?
I think they can go for a Zuka here. Zuka, again, a good counter to Darcy. Zuka's most of his attacks.
They haven't picked Iena. Oh, but Iena is banned.
Yeah, Yana's banned. So the Zuka would be good. Zuka actually hits Darcy even if Darcy is in Dimensional Walk.
Omen is available though.
Omen is good too. Able to pin down the Elsu if he catches him off guard. Even Veres.
Even Kilgroth? No, Kilgroth is not available.
Kilgroth's
So
banned
Omen,
out.
I think, might be a good choice in this one.
It looks
Just
like that's what we're going to go for. Yep.
Yeah.
Zuka is too risky of a move to put in the off lane. So yeah, they're going to go for the Omen here. I think Vietnam still has a good couple choices for their support. It's
Yeah.
Baldoom or Thane.
So what do you think? Is Annette... Is this a waste of a banning out the Annette and the Pura?
I think the Annette is a good choice to take out from Malaysia,
Alright.
given that Elsu and Darcy, if he's on the retreat, could be well protected by the Annette. You know what I mean? With the wall, with the hurricane wall. So yeah, I can see why Malaysia did that, but it looks like Vietnam is set on their support. It is going to be the Baldoom, and they're considering the Florentino for their off lane.
For the off lane, we don't know. Oh yeah, Florentino versus an Omen is going to be an interesting fight as well. But I think now we're lacking in terms... No, Thane is available, by the way. But, oh, yeah, there you go. Seniel at the same time.
No, don't get the lumber. I don't think that's a good move. That's not a smart move.
Oh, not the Grok.
Neither the Grok.
Because that's 50-50, unless they really want to take a chance and try to pull this off.
Yeah. Unless Taitong is amazing on the
Like-
hook. Yeah.
Right, like 90% chance
I would
on
like
getting the
I
hook.
like the Alice better than the Grok these days, to be honest.
But I think they need more of a solid frontliner.
A frontliner, you're right. Well, Omen is there. Mina's solid too. Mina's
Solid
pretty
too,
good.
like, you know, catching all the damage and,
Yeah.
and putting all of the damage attention into him
Okay.
or more. All right.
I have a question, Chris. I have a question. Given how long Malaysia's taking here, do you think they're not so sure? Do you think they're not confident
I
in
think they're
their
not
pick?
confident. I'm gonna answer you that quickly.
Right. It's clear. It seems clear.
I wanna like take back what I said a while ago. Maybe they need a frontliner here. Maybe with the composition of Team Malaysia, they could have just go for a poke type composition. Like I would even prefer the Sephora, you know, for poke, because it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a hard work for a frontliner on a form of attack support for Team Malaysia if they're gonna go frontline and go up against the damage of the Varus, catch up on the damage of the Varus. What else was there?
You got the Darcy.
The Darcy.
You've got the Florentino.
So I think poke type will work better.
Yeah, I don't know, but again, they picked up the Ormar here. That's going to be the
10
last
seconds
hero
remaining.
here for Malaysia to round out their lineup. I think Athane could have been good too.
Athane with, really good passive as well, healing himself.
But-
after.
Yeah, then again, maybe they needed the
CC.
CC. Maybe they needed the sure stun with Walking Tall and Ormar's passive. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia here is hanging by a very, very thin thread. They
Right.
are just holding on to their chance to get some medals here at the SEA Games. Once more, they're at match point, Vietnam. They
Right.
might just go ahead and finish this series 2-0. Kesaya, what do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm still leaning towards the execution of Team Malaysia in here. They might be able to pull that off,
Yeah.
given that, I think somehow they lost the draft. At least that's that's my opinion.
Oh yeah, you think the draft was off? This one,
Yeah,
you
for
said?
Malaysia. This is for
Ooh.
Malaysia. But
Yeah,
execution-wise, if they try to stop at least the jungler of Team Vietnam in terms of going well-fed, they might get the chance.
There's a chance.
Yeah, on
Yeah.
winning this one.
I have to agree as well, and there's a part of me that says, you know what, all the time that they put into deciding for the Ormar might go in their favor. It might have taken a while because they just wanted to be sure.
Right.
They were thinking of all the possibilities.
Sure.
And as we go into this right now, we see here the Florentino rotating back into his lane. He's going to be meeting the Omen down bottom. Vietnam here is quite aggressive. Check it out. Our Baldum in Nguyen is just looking into the small camp there.
Yeah, well, they want to make sure and they want to take a look at where their opponent's jungler started off so they can, potentially predict where the first gank might happen and so that they can go for a response.
Ooh, Cham taking a lot of damage here from Nguyen. PN. Pure cannot go for it, just not fast enough, so they're just going to go for the clear here. That's
Yeah.
pretty safe. I mean, they're keeping them at bay.
Keeping at bay indeed. For the meantime, everyone's just clearing off the minion waves. However, onto the middle lane, you can see an aggressive move. Oh, look at that! Less than half life is 0.1. The Varus onto the middle lane. Fortunately, the Baldwin was there.
So Tantong picking up the war boots already, so he can be aggressive with his Elsu down bottom. He's doing well to clear even the small camps of their jungle.
They have a good position.
He's getting well fed
Oh,
here.
look at that. They have a good position onto the middle lane.
Ooh, yeah, that was a big rotation by Malaysia there.
Right. 3 of them onto the middle lane wanting to, gank the Darcy maybe or the Varus, whoever will be left on that middle lane part of the map on the side of Team Vietnam. But that might be the chance. The rotation, the execution that we're waiting for the side of Team Malaysia. As they really need to make a comeback.
Still hoping for Malaysia to make something of that position that they have right now.
Right.
I mean, even Kriknak is there. There's a chance that if he has hit level 4, the drone drop could lead to an easy take. They could kill Nguyen PN. I mean, as we saw, their Baldum on the side of
It's
Vietnam.
also positioned. It's
Yeah.
also well positioned.
Has been pretty aggressive in the first couple minutes of this game.
Right.
So,
Forcing the Varus to back away.
yeah, so if they do this right, Malaysia could be back in
Right.
business.
I'm pretty sure they can, and they probably will because they need to make a reverse sweep on this one, knowing that Vietnam already has 1 point. But unfortunately, we had to go on to a pause. But we did saw, this time after a pause, a time for Team Vietnam to make a strategy at the same time because they saw the position. Oh, I think we're going back. Okay.
Yes. The pause has been undone.
Uh-huh.
And here we see now the engagement from that position. Check it out. Nguyen Bien looking really low. This is what I was talking about. Taitong looking really low as well, getting hit by Nguyen's passive. This is the Varus being so mobile and so early. The cube from Guang just trying to clear these waves, and the dragon has spawned. Ladies and gentlemen, not much has happened from that engagement.
Nuh-uh. Probably they got the time that they needed to actually strategize on the potential gap that might happen in the middle lane.
Oh, nice steal by Nguyen VHD. The Florentino is just a fiend.
Wow, Apien definitely in the map onto the top lane, what we're talking about. Meanwhile, still the Dragon will not be really contested. They really want to make sure. Bottom stays, but meanwhile onto the top, middle lane, level fight ongoing right now. Tai Tong in here in the bad position. First blood is gonna go onto the Varus. Oh
Yeah,
my
with
god.
impunity, there's not much Malaysia could have done to save Tai Tong there.
Right, and look at that. Sentinel is off by the way, but it's also ongoing onto the bottom lane part of map. Omen, oh my goodness. He got the lock onto the Elsa, but Elsa did survive a good position by Team Vietnam onto the Abyssal Dragon. Will there be a steal? I think unfortunately not, and the Darcy will be able to secure that one out.
Yeah, that was a little dangerous by Dotan Hong. I mean, that is an omen on Lu you're looking at. If he gets hit by the Death Embrace, which he luckily did not,
Right.
then you could have been dead. But yeah, that's a close call from Malaysia. Could have scored a kill on our Elsu.
Still, they're pretty even in terms of gold right now. Well, look at that dimensional portal being cast inside them though, going for passive. However, everyone will just fall back. They will not be going on a full engage.
Nguyen PN here, just waiting to let loose on his wild prison, timing it very, very well, and just waiting in the shadows. He sensed that there were 4 rotating onto him, and he's getting out of dodge.
All right. Well, now I think both of the teams are just going passive right now as they find the right, chance to go for it. Probably they're finding a misposition in here, but no one is showing a misposition. But look at this, 1v1, no 2v1 ongoing on the bottom part of the map. Someone's getting punished in here, but look at the life steal trade in one situation. Will he survive? Unfortunately, Nguyen in here on this Florentino will not be able to survive.
Okay, he did his best. I mean, there were a lot of flowers on the ground, but it just wasn't enough. The numbers game was against him. That's 3v1.
Yeah, and we mentioned a while ago that Florentino is a high skill cap hero. If you perform it well, if you execute his hero so well, you'll be able to survive. But meantime, I think that casualty on the side of Team Vietnam in the bottom lane part was okay as they get a turret onto the top lane.
They were trading, so that was a good use of space. And check it out, Nguyen PN with the toss. Wild charge being committed onto Tai Tong. Tai Tong with the walking tall defensively used.
Dimensional cube, there you go. Oh, very aggressive move by the Darcy in here. Looks like he will be punished. Yes, it will go down onto the hands of the Liliana. Nguyen PN here will be able to dash away. Now this time the pressure is in, coming from the side of Team Malaysia.
Wong tried to get out of there with the dimensional walk, but that is a mage. Cham is a mage, so he was able to get the finishing touch. Check it out here, Malaysia converting to this dragon, and Kong Martin finally getting himself some breathing room, able to get both the dragon, his buff, and of course earlier, like a few minutes ago, he took out Florentino.
Right, because Florentino might be able to have a hard time onto the bottom lane with the Omen, of course. That's Embrace. We won't be able to dance on the floor and pick up your flowers.
Not when you're trapped like that.
Right. But I think we have a gap. Oh, going onto the bottom lane. They really want to punish this Florentino. And there you go. Another casualty going onto the bottom lane. And they secure a turret as well.
Nguyen goes down, and there's not much he could have done there. I mean, it's a rematch of the last death he had. And I guess the best thing that Vietnam here could do is use that death to their advantage, right? Find space elsewhere.
Right, and the space is on for Malaysia on the bottom lane, but there's, Vietnam going for the top lane now. Who's going to contest the middle lane?
It looks like Vietnam has been put into the defensive position.
Oh, get him off in the hill!
Already committing here the Venom, and he's going to go down.
Varus fell down onto the middle lane part of the map. 5 members coming from the side of Malaysia going to push. However, look at the fast clear of minion waves by the Darcy.
Interesting turn of events here. Malaysia is now in the driver's seat, ladies and gentlemen. Tai Tong disengaging with the walking tall. And there is Wong just taking what he can from the map.
Wow.
They feel it, they sense it. The winds of change have come, Kaisaya.
Spider sense sticking right now. Now, onto the top lane though, Elsa has to be very careful on this one. Team Malaysia might rotate on the top right after they took down the tier 1 turret on the bottom lane. And well, still, I think, although we can see in here a 1k gold lead attacking in the side of Malaysia, it's still quite even. Oh, but holding that thought, we can see in here, oh, look at it, getting punished, it's going at me, and the Baldo will fall down, so is the Ferris. Really good kunai, bliss performed by the Hayate.
That was a 1-2 right there. Call it an alley-oop if you wish. That was Death's Embrace plus Road got taken out the tank just like that. And they are going to force the issue onto this turret, but instead they're going to disengage. Check it out though. Kokarsing is going to go 1v1 against the Dragon. This confirms just how much Malaysia needs some spacing.
We were talking about how Team Malaysia might be able to execute their lineup well, and they're currently showing it right now at this 8-minute game time so far from the start. Oh, but a fight ongoing onto the middle lane. Kokarsing in here going solo. Looks like he will not be able to survive, being able to dash away. Oh, but Nguyen being trying to target him, still trying to dash away. Oh, that was a pretty prolonged fight.
Oh, Wong Tien being caught out by the Wild Prism. He comes up, he's dead. That is a 2-man Wild Prison being used right there by our Baldoom. And it is going to be Nguyen biting the dust.
Wow.
Nguyen PhD though surviving, going to be getting out of dodge here. It's currently 2-9 in Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, is going to hold on strong here. They are going to be taking this middle turret first here down, and they're going to see if they can take it into the jungle.
Yeah, definitely you have to take the jungle and probably take the Dark Slayer. But for the meantime, the death timers are not that heavy yet. The members of the side of Vietnam who just went down, it's just going to be go back alive, just like that.
Smart here by Lu, disengaging onto that tower. He knows that Vietnam's heroes are going to be coming back online, and here we see he has some backup.
Oh,
hits the Death's Embrace. Here comes Kokarsing. He does the zone drop once more. It's round 3, and Nguyen has gone.
I'm not sure if that was round. It felt like round forever. But anyway, again, we can see in here the strategy of Malaysia. They keep on bullying this Florentino because they know once this Florentino goes online, he can definitely 1v5, but without an item. Holding the ball in the middle lane, we have a fight ongoing. Kian going solo. Looks like he will not survive. First damage coming from the Liliana is just way too much. Then again, Malaysia got a good position on the Dark Slayer.
This is a free Dark Slayer, if you ask me. The freest I've seen in a while. Not much. Nguyen could do
A risky play might happen.
I think they're going to be able to use the Wild Prison here.
They were setting.
Yeah, it's not as free as I thought. Never mind. Oh, but here comes Nguyen though. CHD with the dive from the Florentino. He might just pay the price. Yes, he does. Kokarsing gets the kill. Walking tall here by our Ormar. Cham is in the back line, switching over to mage mode. They'll take what they can. It's a free kill, ladies and gentlemen. They are going to convert, though, into a push instead and go home for some heals. They're low on health.
This is now a 5-day gold lead in favor of Team Malaysia, but it seems like Team Vietnam is not losing hope. They will. I know it feels like if you are the Florentino, you probably will get annoyed on how much you got ganked on the bottom lane part of the map. It felt like forever. The Death Embrace prop does just reserved onto that Florentino so that he will not be able to dance into the flowers.
Yep, and again, that's what the second, third, fourth time that Lu caught out our Florentino in Nguyen there, so Death's Embrace here, paying dividends.
Now, as you can see in here, let's see, ultimate coming up on the Baldo. There you go. The take of the Dark Slayer runs off, and they're gonna go all in for the tip, but Nguyen PN will fall down the Baldo. The Dark Slayer went on the side of Team Malaysia right now. Unfortunately, though, Vietnam was not able to take the risky play on to win. Fortunately enough, though, they still got some members all alive. Will try to make a defense.
Nguyen PhD here, he's able to redeem himself. He survived this engagement and goes for the kill. Taking down the Omen in a Lu.
Oh man, on the top. Oh, fortunately.
Sweet.
I thought the armor might be able to get that Darcy off guard. You know, he was teleporting back onto the base. But again, the Dark Slayer is currently onto the side of Team Malaysia. They have, there you go, they have displaced it down onto the ball. They're really annoying this Florentino.
Yeah. They're not letting him breathe, you know?
Right.
Uyan PhD is not going to have some time if Malaysia has anything to say about it.
And what can they do? Probably they can, potentially do what they did, that risky play that they did a while ago. But I think they could find a better position where they have an advantage. Like staying for now, the current situation is that there is a Dark Slayer, or a Drake rather, looking towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, and there you go. Another 3 major objective on the map for Malaysia. There are 3 dragons to 1, and of course 1 Slayer to none from Vietnam. And I notice here how hard Vietnam is finding it to engage, because they're a team fight comp. But Malaysia, they could care less. They could just pick off 1 hero and walk away.
Oh, there you go. A while ago. Oh, holding them to the HUD. Look at that. Inhibitor here to turn to a full. That people all full on to the same fight right now. A lot of HP force going solo, but a lot of regeneration at the same time. Uyan PhD will fall down. 1 member left, and there you go. A wipe out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 5 for none. Malaysia has just secured themselves a push in bottom and mid. We are moments away from the end, ladies and gentlemen. Malaysia will not lay down and take it. This is going to be Malaysia's game in about 13 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow.
Congratulations. We are currently sitting at 1-1 in this semi-finals round in the lower bracket. Vietnam has a lot to think about now.
Yeah, definitely. Knowing that we said a while ago, okay, it feels like Malaysia lost the draft, but they can make it up on the execution, and they did it very well.
And I think it came to the free kills they got onto Uyan VHD.
Right.
The Florentino was basically feeding
Right.
the Knickknack and the Omen. Not necessarily in the sense that he was actually feeding. It's just that he put himself in a situation wherein Malaysia could be aggressive and just take him out, farm out his deaths. And here's a few of those moments, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, we're in the Florentino getting gapped. And the problem here is the Florentino could have just backed away. We know that this is a high skill cap hero, can go 1v3, but the early game time wasn't his right moment to go for a fight.
Yes. And I get it. Hindsight is 2020. But at the moment, I believe Vietnam might have been on the thought that, you know what, we'll sacrifice you for time on the map, right?
For a position at the top.
Yeah, they pushed top. There was a few other objectives that they could have taken. But yeah, it was just too little too late. It was too much.
Too late. It was too much for the Florentino to take in even. They could have made use of the Florentino to go online early on. It probably could have helped that one out. So at least in the later part of the stage, when Vietnam, or probably when they are even in terms of gold, they could have matched up the damage output that Team Malaysia put away.
Yeah, and here essentially was the beginning of the end.
Right.
I mean, a 5-0 swipe, that's an ace. That just spells the end for most teams, and indeed it did here for Team of Vietnam. Malaysia takes the game here. We're sitting at 1-1, Kaysaya. That's not how we saw it. That's not how we thought it would go. But then again, Arena Valor. This is a game wherein if you're able to execute your game plan and you see a weakness in your opponent's armor, you take advantage of that.
Take advantage of that. And we didn't even judge a while ago their draft, right? But they proved us wrong, knowing that they can execute it so well. It felt like it's almost the same as the Series 1 that we've casted a while ago with Azurai. You know what? The underdog country trying to make a comeback and fighting it to become the pride of their very country.
And Malaysia is at the cusp of doing just that. I mean, they took out Vietnam in a game, in a best of 3, and that takes a lot of reset, a lot of mental fortitude to be able to do that. But as we mull over the happenings of that 13-minute game 2 in this best of 3, I hope you guys at home are comfortable, because we will be right back. We're going to go into a quick break. When we return, we will see the conclusion to this best of 3. Who's going to get knocked out? Who's going to be moving up into the finals? You're going to be finding out in just a few moments. My name is Leo.
And I'm Kaysaya. See you in a bit.
Razer dan juga Intel untuk karena adanya mereka dapat terjadi acara ini sekarang ini untuk bootcamp ini. Dan terima kasih untuk EG khususnya untuk Bulba karena dengan adanya Bulba kita dapat mendapatkan coaching yang sangat baik yang dimana itu untuk SEA Games nanti, dan kita sangat bersemangat, sangat excited untuk nanti ya untuk SEA Games pada tahun ini.
Esports has grown over the past couple of years to multi-million-dollar tournaments. It's the primary form of entertainment for the youth and millennials. When we first caught wind of the SEA Games, we realized that it was missing a major component and what we felt should be esports. We flew across to Philippines. We met up with Senator Cayetano and the rest of FISOC, and the rest is history. Esports, for the first time ever, is a medal sport in a major sporting event.
This is the first time esports is going to be included in the SEA Games. It's a huge thing. Like, we've been waiting for this for quite a long time, actually.
It really shows how far esports has come. It's crazy to be on par with conventional sports.
I think esports today, this past year has been a turning point for the industry, and we're very proud to be part of this. The future of esports, I would say limitless and exciting. I'm just really passionate. I think there's a huge future in this, and we want to be part of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are making history. To be the first medal esports event in the world is a great promise.
Right now, we are having our the Southeast Asian Game Esport Test event. We did this so that we can conduct a simulation of what will happen on the actual SEA Games. So we're testing out everything in terms of the internet, the infrastructure, the league ops, the PCs, the networking, and also the streaming that will be used in the actual SEA Games.
Everyone's here to make sure that we have a really, really good presentation of esports come the Southeast Asian Games in December. Now, that's very important for esports because when we show them how successful we are in organizing this, we believe there will be more acceptance of esports, which would mean that even parents would understand that, hey, maybe there's a future, there's something after. We want a lot of young people to have brighter and bolder dreams. It's a new world, and who knows what comes next.
If any game deserves to be an esports title, it's got to be StarCraft 2. It's strategically speaking very in-depth. There's a lot of strategies, a lot of things you can do. Some people call it like a chess game on steroids. The StarCraft 2 community is quite compact, so you kind of know everyone. The other top 2 players are usually from the Philippines and Vietnam, so they've been always consistently doing well in the other tournaments as well. I'm going to just do the same thing I've always done to prepare for tournaments, study a lot, practice a lot, and then just hope for the best.
So yun, finish ko yung pagiging Dota 2. Lahat ginawa ko para maging professional player. Siguro yung Dota kasi sa akin, sobrang importante kasi sa akin yun. Kung ako, sasabihin ko sa sarili ko na yung Dota is para siyang pagkain sa akin. Kumbaga, pag wala yung Dota, hindi ko mabubuhay yung sarili ko.
Jika kita dapat memenangkan turnamen ini, kita tentunya akan mendapatkan perhatian lebih dari tim-tim tier 1 Dota di dunia. Dan ini sangatlah bagus untuk karir-karir kita, player-player Dota Indonesia.
When I started playing was Taken 3 and I was like 7 years old back then. 18 years later, fast forward, it's actually selected as one of the games for SEA Games. I never thought that I would be given this opportunity to play in front of thousands and thousands of people.
The bootcamp really helped me get ready for the Southeast Asian Games 2019 because we had JDCR, which is one of the best second players in the world to train with us.
I was able to play with JDCR earlier. He told me a lot of tips and tricks and some things that I should not do. I'll take it as a lesson from him because he's obviously one of the best second players in the world.
I got a chance, opportunity to teach maybe new generation, young players. They got improved a lot. I'm happy to see that.
KO. I think we're going to see some pretty exciting gameplay, and I'm looking forward to a really high level of competition.
There's a misconception of people thinking that esports is just playing games. It's actually not that simple. There's actually a lot of hard work to it. You have to grind hours, you have to practice over and over again. You have to spend a lot of time.
I feel nervous because I have never traveled overseas for a gaming tournament before. So this will be challenging, but also will be a good experience for me. I will practice really hard for this, and I want to perform and win the whole tournament.
Siguro sa tingin ko sa sarili ko, confident naman ako, pero hindi pa rin sapat yun na kailangan ko pahigitan yung mga ibang player na katulad ko. Nilipad kami ng Singapore para lang mag-training sa i-coach din ng mga international na player.
These guys are the Messis, the Ronaldos, the Lewis Hamiltons, if you were, of the esports world.
I still can't believe I get to actually see them in person. We are making history because we're bringing all 5 different teams to really spar and be trained.
Pretty rigorous. It's pretty intensive.
An event like this is something really quite special. These guys are the elite, you know, when it comes to esports.
I've been a big fan of Eurogenesis since 5 years ago, and I was absolutely delighted that they managed to make it to this year's internationals. They're one of the top 5 teams in the world. I'm pretty excited for them to be in Singapore.
We've been queuing here for a couple of hours already. I'm really excited to meet them. I just want to come now.
To ban.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Arena of Valor. It is Game 3 in a best of 3 between Malaysia and Vietnam. This is, once again, the lower bracket semi-finals, and it's do or die for both of these countries. This is their last chance to get themselves and their country some medals. Hopefully the gold even, if the winner here does well and moves up into the grand finals. They'll be facing off and essentially fighting for the gold. But right now, they still have to go through each other. Kaysaya, this is Vietnam on the play, Malaysia on the draw. They'll be answering back. Look at the bands.
Look at the bands right now. Every time, well, most of the time, we'd see if you're on the second pick, you'd ban out the initiators on the side of against your opponent. So we can see in here still very usual on the banning. Physics as well as the zip, not really unusual, but the Lindis will be banned out. They saw how powerful the Lindis is a while ago. Vietnam doesn't really want to take a chance on giving that away to Team Malaysia, but Malaysia in here going for the Senial and Kilgore.
That is such a wombo combo, if you ask me.
Combo.
That's essentially peanut butter plus jelly. That's Batman and Robin. That's all of the combinations you could ask for. I mean, you have the Kilgore scaling up so well, he can go by himself, and you have the Zaniel to babysit him whenever he needs it.
Gonna be liking, however, in here, the first 3 secures of Team Malaysia. You can imagine the situation, a combo that can be pulled off, that might be pulled off by this team depending on their execution. Omen going for the Death's Embrace, Hayate going for his Kunai Blitz, and Raz going for the first damage.
Yep, Vietnam here, they're going for solid picks, individual picks. They're not going to be relying much on layered combinations. They don't want to have to roll the dice when it comes to their team fights. They learned that the hard way in Game 2 against Malaysia, where Malaysia had a composition wherein they're fine with little pickups. They're fine with not being complete as a team. And I think Vietnam wants that kind of approach, and they need one piece to be able to pull that off. They needed the Omen.
Well, Malaysia though doesn't have a Valheim already to counter up the Hayate, so they will just take advantage of the burst damage that this Violet has. Well, Violet's not really popular in the AIC patch, but, you know, once this hero goes online, I think we've seen this hero from yesterday, and it did really good, have a good showing. It might have a chance in this fight that, you know, Violet can still be considered as one of the metas for the AIC patch.
Yeah, Violet is old reliable here. She's been in the game for about 2 years and change, and against the Hayate in lane, she wins. She bullies this ninja. And of course, against Raz, if it does come to him visiting her down there in safe lane, she's fine. She can protect herself with the rolls.
Yeah, with the rolls, of course, and at the same time, an increase in terms of range right after that roll, plus, of course, the burst damage as well. Meanwhile, we can see in here, Ignis ban and Volcat ban taken away from Team Malaysia.
Yep, Vietnam here is basically protecting their backline against Volcat and just stopping the barrage, let's say, the fusillade of spells coming in from Ignis. On the other side, Malaysia taking out the Murad and the Kriknak, so they don't want that wombo combo that Omen brings with a solid jungler.
Right, totally. So now we're gonna take a look at, you know, the jungler or the mid laner that this Team Malaysia might pick up. Do you have any guesses on what they might pick in here as the fourth one?
They definitely want someone who can hunt down the Hayate. So I'm guessing Quillen is still on the table for them?
Quillen, yes, he is. But they're gonna go for the mid lane
for sure.
The meantime to match up the Raz.
Yeah, they need someone to answer the Raz, and who better than Tulen, who could go toe-to-toe against Raz, because do note, Raz, his skills, they essentially need a little bit of aiming. Tulen, on the other hand, he's just fine. He just needs to be around you.
Right. Meanwhile, Annette and, well, Quillen still being decided on this one.
If they pick up the Quillen here, they're protecting themselves from the pickup on the other side.
And they have to pick the Quillen. Okay, so it seems like both of these teams going for a poke type of composition apart from the Omen, of course. So basically, we might be seeing these 4 heroes, the Raz, Hayate, Annette, and Kulin, going for a rotation of poke. They really have a good range at the same time. And Kulin, I think Violet just have to be very careful. Even Tulen on the Killen. Wow, it sounds like Killen and Tulen.
Yeah, Killen be killing the Tulen.
Yeah.
Right? But here we go. Zill has been locked in by Malaysia. It goes really well with how fast Kilgroth and Violet can clear waves. And that's essentially what Zill wants for his Tornado. To be able to hit nothing but heroes. So if you're able to clear out little minions, and then you pop off your ult as Zill, you're cleaning up house.
Cleaning up house indeed, but then again, it's 1-1 Vietnam versus Malaysia. This is going to be very exciting. I don't know who to predict. It's going to be so hard.
Neither could I, because I like both lineups here. Very solid. They're no longer holding back because they do know that the pride of their country, everyone watching, all of the people who supported them on the road to the 30th SEA Games, they feel it right now. The burden of trust and success is on them right now.
And this is also, by the way, very interesting. Finally in SEA Games, not really, because usually in other tournaments, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, sometimes they just go all in one and represent that region. And this time they're all separate, and we're going to witness the capabilities on each specific countries.
Yep, and I'm glad to note here and to say that Malaysia is going toe-to-toe against Vietnam, right?
Which is one of the top, top contenders, or really actually the champion from AIC.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but we used to share a server with Malaysia.
Did we?
In MSP.
Did we?
Was
I
that
think,
not Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines?
Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines,
Valiant.
Indonesia.
Yeah.
Did we? I'm
So
not
now we do.
sure.
We have the same server as they do, and they're going toe-to-toe against the world champs.
Wow.
Vietnam has their own server. So now in this clash, in this lower bracket semifinals, essentially, we're showing Vietnam, well, we as a server representative, we're showing them that we can do it.
We can do it, and we're gonna be bringing home the pride for our country. Then again, there we go. We're not gonna be prolonging that introduction as we'll be heading on to the Antares battlefield.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more, both teams here threatening the other to drop out of the tournament, out of the running for some medals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Best of 3 between Vietnam and Malaysia. No holds barred. We're gonna go into this with everything we've got.
Right. I like this win. At least we get to see who gets to clear the jungle faster, and it looks like it is the Zill going for a clearer or a faster clear of jungle. But still not a huge gap, but there is some difference.
Well, the Zill does move faster. He has the blink. Ladies and gentlemen, Nguyen VHD here securing that vision for his team. Vietnam is now aware of what the Zill is doing for the side of Malaysia, and they're going to see that, hey, he's much faster than Aquilin.
Right. And I guess we can just say that it is the jungler's work in terms of getting the advantage, but holding that thought. On the middle lane, I think we just saw that, poke ongoing. They won't be committing, but onto the other part of the lanes. Well, they are contributing as well on how well they can go for goals. And I think Vietnam is actually doing quite well on the lanes, on the top as well as in the bottom lane so far.
Yep, between the matchup of the Omen and the Kilgroth has a slight advantage, especially in the late game. But right now, though, if this rotation is going to be pulling through, it looks like Vietnam is going to go bear heavy up top.
Well, I think though once that embrace of Omen in here is become available, he can just go on a fight against a Kilgroth. But meanwhile, still not much happening this mid-game time. So I think one thing we can take
There it is!
The ultimate is now available. 1v1 ongoing right now.
Speak of the devil, Kaisaya! Down goes Lu on the Kilgroth. Nguyen goes for the deep dive, and that's first blood for Vietnam.
Just like what we were talking a while ago, once the Death Embrace becomes available, he can just go 1v1. And that happened. Did they hear us? Of course not. Of course not. But, you know, this is a situation wherein, okay, Kilgore doesn't have his ultimate available yet. I can go 1v1 against him.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have a higher chance of winning this fight.
Yeah, Gorelord just wasn't available for him. And yeah, we were a little closer to Malaysia's tower there. But yeah, Nguyen VHD just read the way things were going. And you know what? I'm going to flicker in. I'm going to go for this. And
that first blood.
Yeah, and he's rewarded with a quick kill right there. And this brings us off to the races. Vietnam once more asserting dominance in the early game. But yeah, that's just one kill.
That's just one kill.
On an off laner. It could have been worse. Your mid or your ADC could have gone.
Right, but you know, once you punish the DS lane, you will allow a better position for the DS laner to roam around other lanes.
Which is what happened in game 2. Malaysia choked out the Florentino.
Right.
So I guess he's out for blood now.
Let's see if Team Vietnam is actually trying to pull that one off. What happened to them a while ago?
Taste of
Making
your
the
medicine.
revenge.
Yeah.
Well, alright, going back onto the Antares battlefield, the score right now is 1-0 in favor of Team Vietnam. But of course, that's, you know, a lot of things can still happen.
Yeah, off that kill, I believe Vietnam has gone off with a 1,000 gold lead. So in about 3 minutes, that's gonna go a long way if you keep it up.
Keep it up, keep it up. Let's see a little bit of poke coming out from the Raz. Meantime, I think what they're doing right now, Team Vietnam, is trying to tax away the gold share in here. But the rest of the members of Team Vietnam, they got a good position on the Abyssal Dragon. At the same time, I wonder if they will be able to secure this one out. There's a bunch available. No name given for that, as the Hayate will be able to get last heat.
Yeah, there's not much Taitong could have done there. He was alone. And yeah, what's a lone Zenyo to do against 4 members of Team Vietnam?
Right. And actually, Violet was also there, but it's going to be very risky. She's quite creepy, doesn't have enough damage early game time.
Yeah.
So they just have to give that one away. One thing Malaysia can do in here is to watch out for the Dark Slayer. But unfortunately, Omen just won that lane a while ago, and it feels like he has a good control on this one.
Yeah, if this continues.
Yeah, if this continues.
I mean, that's the story of the off lane. It's literally a 1v1 fight for the most part. Unless one team bears heavy on it, which is what, again, Malaysia did last game, which led to their victory. I wonder if Vietnam is going to go ahead and try to do that here.
Oh, with the members of Team Vietnam right now contesting that lane, even the Spear Sentinel, easy secure. It seems like Team Malaysia won't be able to pull off that strategy that they did a while ago for the Omen, against the Omen.
But look at down bottom, though. It looks like Malaysia is going for a steal here. In comes Wong again. This is going to be our kill-in. Trying to go for a quick jump.
Situation, there you go. Sentinel went in for a backup, going so low, or rather, very low right now. Oh, is that Sentinel at the same time? It looks like he dove onto his death. Oh, and they're not yet done. They want another kill. They will secure it.
Yep, Wong Kid gets a kill right there. Kar Seng not going to be able to defend here. There are 4 members of Team Vietnam here, and that is him taking the kill. Wong onto the Violet, and this turret down bottom is being threatened right now by Team Vietnam.
I think the minion waves will just take care of it.
For sure, it's free.
For sure, this one is very free. There you go. But the top lane again, a 1v1 situation ongoing. Level 8 versus level 7. What can this skill run do? But it's just gone.
Yep, that's round 2 for ya. And Nguyen not knowing that Kokar Singh was there. Instead, he is going to disengage. Again, an Omen, quite chunky himself.
Quite chunky indeed. No ultimate available for the Omen, so probably he will just be basically clearing off the minion waves for the meantime.
3-man coalition in mid from Malaysia. There's a concussive blast by Chan Si-Guan. It is going to leave the not much. And
Again, we saw this a while ago on the top lane, but there's no flicker in available. So they will not go all in aggressive on that one. Meanwhile, onto the mid lane part of Maluka, what is happening right now? Tonight, lane by the Ayate taking 1 and 2 targets away from Team Malaysia.
That's a free kill from Do right there. Kunai Blitz so perfectly executed. It led to a 2 for none. And they're finding it hard though to convert. There's not much that they took from that kill.
Right, but I think they found out that this Spirit Sentinel is available. Will the Killgirl be able to take that one out? I think he will. There's a high chance because it's not being contested at all if you look at the minimap. Oh, wait!
Nope, that's it.
Okay,
Lou
we
still
got
took
it, we got it.
Lou still took it.
Got it.
How heartbreaking would it have been if Lou and took it, right? As the event, right? That would have been ridiculous. But check this out, it's a 2v1 situation. Lou taking some flack from Do, and Nguyen PN is very hard, very heavy for the skill drop.
We can see now it's Team Vietnam punishing the DS laner. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane part of 2v2 ongoing right now. 1-2-1 wanting to join. Killen will secure a kill. Taito just forced to dash away. And there goes to return out the top lane will be secured as well.
Currently sitting at 6-0 at about 7 minutes and 20 seconds. It is Team Vietnam up about 4,000 gold. Haitong is just trying to save this lane all by himself.
Well, there's still bases available, so I don't think that this is the time for Team Malaysia to actually lose hope. Because we did saw a while ago from the first series, Indonesia able to make a comeback from a very risky situation.
And both teams here are poised for that. They each have a marksman that they can rely on.
Right.
And they're both, you know, pretty front-line heavy teams.
Do you think the problem in here on the side of Team Malaysia is that they're lacking on a hard CC?
I believe so. It's all soft. It's all soft.
Right, because basically the Hayate is free to do his Kunai Blitz without a hard CC coming from the side of Team Malaysia. Valheim wasn't available because he got taken already from the first game.
Well, Chad here has the concussive blast, so that's just one.
Right.
And you're right.
That's just one because all of the high CC heroes was picked by Malaysia already on first game.
Yep. So I guess that's where the budgeting of picks will go into play here. And there you go, an early Dark Slayer just a few moments ago for Team Vietnam. Where will they deploy Drake? Is it going to be bottom here?
There's a high probability it might go into bot or onto the mid. If you're gonna have a look at the vision on where the members of the side of Malaysia. And there he goes. Here he goes from the bot lane.
Here we go. Threatening mid here is Team Vietnam. They are going to go for this tower, and it looks like it is going to go down. Look at this. Nguyen PhD engaging, and he does not have Death Embrace just yet. Oh, Harseng looking really low. There it is. Nguyen dropping the Zill. Then Kunai Blitz has been pulled off. Lou looking really low here. He is going to go down courtesy of Brun on that Raz. It's a 2 for none trade. Currently, Malaysia has not yet punished Vietnam for their aggressive tactics. It's still a 3-8-0.
And as you can see, free Kunai Blitz for the Hayate out to the middle lane. First situation, definitely jam him on that Tulen will just fall down. Another turret seems like on the bot lane will fall down as well as the Drake is it just died.
Yep. Two heroes are missing from the side of Malaysia, and they are just coming back now. That tower down bottom, it's a high ground tower is being threatened, but they are going to be clearing in time. And this looks like the best way to take the dragon. It's as free as it gets.
Now I think this time probably Team Malaysia realized, oh, we spent all our high CC heroes and now we don't have any high CC heroes to go up against the Hayate. First damage from the Violet wasn't that enough, and then first damage from the Maikama from Tulen just wasn't enough at the same time. So
They couldn't take it.
yeah. Oh man.
They have one kill to their name, Team Malaysia, and that was basically just Vietnam overstaying their welcome. And that's on Vietnam.
Right. And look at this. No turrets down on the side of Team Vietnam at the moment, but in case a miracle happens, like for example, Team Malaysia won a team fight, there is a lot more, yes, there's a lot of catching up for Team Malaysia to do. But once they secure probably 2 turrets onto the middle lane part of the map, they still have a chance to, make a comeback.
Yep. Go make a beeline for the Nexus. But check it out. Nguyen PN just recently picked up Tome of the Reaper. So whatever front line or whatever magical defense Malaysia has, it's not going to be much if Annette has anything to say
They're
about it.
positioning themselves in the Dark Slayer right now. I'm pretty sure this is going to be their next target. Up in 1 second, and there you go. It seems like Helen and Hayata started already. Zoning out right now is the Annette as well as the Omen. It's going to be very dangerous because Omen's Death Embrace. Look at the level gap at the same time.
Oh, wow. What a quick take.
It's going to be easy. Hayate plus Killen and
Yeah.
Punish becoming available. I don't think they didn't even think of the Punish as well because they have a good space in that one.
Yeah, and then they caught out the Zenya. Taitong is in the wrong place. He's better off elsewhere defending and then coming in with the Splendor. If you cast Angelic Splendor where you're at, it's not much.
You'll just get stunned probably, and there you go. Team White one going onto the top. They're gonna go all in onto Taitong. Taitong, there's no more 10 support onto the side of Team Malaysia. There's a good minion wave going towards the middle lane as well to the top lane. The middle lane turret is gonna go down. That's right on time.
This is essentially Vietnam saying, you know what, this is our house now. This third up top not going to stay for very long.
Stuns coming from Malaysia. And there you go. 14 monsters. Kill score right now. They're going to end it a 2-1 score. The win is going to Team Vietnam. What medal did they secure in here?
At least silver.
At least.
I believe at least silver. No,
bronze.
bronze. Yeah. They still have to fight whoever lost the upper bracket. There you go. At least bronze. So congratulations to Vietnam here, taking out Malaysia in a best of 3, 2-1. This game ended in about 12 minutes 30 seconds, and it was, you know, just they were surgical in the way that they took out Malaysia.
I feel like I want to cry for happiness for both of these teams. I mean, you know, all the fights that we've seen for today, it's just so amazing. It ended up with a 2-1 score. It is just tells us something that both of these teams, you know, they can do. They can do something, and there are pride of the nations even just going towards on the playoffs.
Yeah, and Malaysia are putting up a solid showing against the team represented by our world champions, Team Vietnam. There's so much to be proud of here. There's so much that they brought to the table. I mean, no real crazy comebacks, but, you know, even with weird lineups that they showed in Game 2 specifically, they pulled it off.
Right, these are the highlights right now. You can see here how dominating and pre-hitting the, you know, the Hayate didn't even die in here.
Oh yeah, no.
But if there was a ground control available on the side of Malaysia, probably could have stopped the kunai blitz of this Hayate.
And that's essentially what ended them right there. The kunai blitz so perfectly placed. And you're right, Josiah. If they had a single bit of targeted and, you know, on-demand CC, they could have stopped the madness on the Hayate. And that last kunai blitz really just showed how one, you know, shortcoming or one little chink in the chain or one little hole in your armor could lead to your whole team being decimated.
And we know that the damage of the Hayate penetrates as well, so it's just way
True
too
damage.
much. It's true damage. It's way too much to handle for the side of Team Malaysia. But then again, this the global abandon pick role also played on this part, wherein you have to be very mindful on which heroes you want to put on your table already from game 1, since what we noticed in here is that a lot of we have the list right now. You know, Vietnam spent away the Baldoom, the Darcy, Valheim, Florentino, and Murad just early. Just from
Malaysia
the third,
did.
Malaysia
Yeah,
did. Yeah, and those heroes has a lot of crowd control, and you know they weren't able to secure that on this third game that they very much needed when the Hayate is out.
Yeah, it was a nice little glimmer of hope for Malaysia there to be able to topple the world champions. But Vietnam, ladies and gentlemen, is your lower bracket representative moving up into the rest of this tournament right here at the 30th Southeast Asian Games. That does it for our coverage of Arena Valor for the day.
Right.
I believe we are going to be moving on to the next esport title right here on this coverage you are watching. I think it's going to be Mobile Legends up next.
Yes, Mobile Legends Bang Bang later on. I think it's going to be the last series. And right after that, we're going to be seeing who's going to get the gold.
So a lot of eyes right now on the countries competing there. But for now, we are going to have to go on into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. My name is Leo.
And I'm Keisaya. See you guys again.
My name is Robert Boone. I'm the captain of EVOS Esports SG, and I go by the IGN of Odia Bambi. I was sacrificing my studies for esports because competitions unfortunately fell during my exam period, so I wasn't able to study as much, and because of that my grades did take some damage. I always wanted to be in competitions. I wanted to try out, and see how I would perform in the competition. And if you're gonna ask me a year ago if I ever thought I would represent Singapore in anything, the answer would be no. And then here I am today, being selected and given a chance to represent Singapore in SEA Games. I think it's a wonderful honor, and I look forward to it. I'm just afraid that I don't do up to the expectations and I let the country down, But of course, I know I'm going to work hard and make sure my team trains hard and we perform well.
Hi, ako nga pala si Carlito Ribo Jr. Ang IGN ko, Ribo. Player ako ng Team Seaball for Mobile Legends Bangbang. Before ako maging pro player sa Mobile Legends, dati akong karerista ng motor. Nung nakita akong mga tropa ko na naglalaro ng Mobile Legends, parang nagdalawang isip ako na pag-quit ako sa drag racing. Tapos tinry ko yung maging Mobile Legends naman. Tapos naging okay naman. Tapos nung nakakuha ako ng team, doon na, nag-quit na ako sa lahat ng ginagawa ko nung dati. Gagawa kami ng mga strategy, kami gagawa ng meta dito sa Pilipinas para ilaban namin sa buong Asia. Gagawin namin lahat para lang makuha namin yung gold medals para sa Pilipinas.
I'm Angelo Aylar-Cangel, IGNQ, Team Captain of Seaball Mobile Legends Bangbang. Before ako maging pro player, college student ako sa RTU. Madalas lang ako naglalaro ng kung ano-anong games kasi yun talaga hilig ko. Nung nagsimula ako maging pro player, hindi pa masyadong supportive yung parents ko kasi syempre lahat naman ng parents gusto nag-aaral yung anak nila. Pero ngayon national team na sobrang proud na nila sa akin. Nung napili ako sa SEA Games bilang representative ng Philippines, na-excite ako kasi ito yung unang medal event sa esports. Para sa mga player na bago lang dyan, ang ma-advise ko lang is huwag kayong mawawala ng tiwala lagi sa kampi nyo. Huwag nyo silang sisisihin lagi kasi bumababa yung confidence nila. Disiplina lang talaga kailangan.
Nama gue Christian Antonius, nickname gue Krypton. Gue kuliah di Venus University. Jurusan gue teknik industri. Harus punya skill dan mental yang kuat. Kalau secara tim harus punya chemistry dan juga kepercayaan terhadap tim tersebut. Yang pasti bangga dan senang banget karena banyak orang yang ingin sampai sana tapi tidak semuanya bisa sampai sana dan saya menjadi salah satunya. Untuk keluarga sih awalnya kurang terlalu support tapi dia tidak melarang juga dan makin lama dari waktu ke waktu mereka jadi sangat support banget terhadap apa yang gue lakuin di dunia e-sport. Karena gue udah bisa membuktiin beberapa hal seperti juara IEL, terus masuk salah satu tim besar di Indonesia, meskipun cuma 5 bulan, tapi menjadikan bukti kepada mereka bahwa e-sport itu sekarang sangat berkembang dan bisa dijadikan karir ke depan.
My name is Robert Boone. I'm the captain of EVOS Esports SG, and I go by the IGN of Odia Bambi.
I was sacrificing my studies for esports because competitions unfortunately fell during my exam period, so I wasn't able to study as much, and because of that my grades did take some damage. I always wanted to be in competition. I want to try out, and see how I would perform in the competition. And if you're gonna ask me a year ago if I ever thought I would represent Singapore in anything, the answer would be no. And then here I am today, being selected and given a chance to represent Singapore in SEA Games. I think it's a wonderful honor, and I look forward to it. I'm just afraid that I don't do up to the expectations and I let the country down, But of course, I know I'm going to work hard and make sure my team trains hard and we perform well.
Hi, ako nga pala si Carlito Ribo Jr. Ang IGN ko, Ribo. Player ako ng Team C-Ball for Mobile Legends Bangbang. Before ako maging pro player sa Mobile Legends, dati akong karerista ng motor. Nung nakita akong mga tropa ko na naglalaro ng Mobile Legends, parang nagdalawang isip ako na pag-quit ako sa drag racing. Tapos tinry ko yung maging Mobile Legends naman. Tapos naging okay naman. Tapos nung nakakuha ako ng team, doon na, nag-quit na ako sa lahat ng ginagawa ko nung dati. Gagawa kami ng mga strategy, kami gagawa ng meta dito sa Pilipinas para ilaban namin sa buong Asia. Gagawin namin lahat para lang makuha namin yung gold medals para sa Pilipinas.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
As a fighting game community member, working with Razer has been such a great experience. We were working on arcade sticks for the longest time. We had the Aatrox, we had the Panthera, and then the Panthera Evo. But there was a segment of a controllers that we really didn't have, and that was the fighting game pad. The fight pad essentially is something that I think has a lot of potential, especially for newer fighting games. And seeing that there is a need for that in the market, I think Razer has finally stepped up and kind of met that demand. A fight pad really gets the best of both worlds. In this particular product, you have the classic arcade style layout with the 6 buttons. You also have the tactile responsive D-pad and just so much more and so much more care that goes above and beyond what you would have from your standard controller. And I think that's the beauty of the Ryan.
To make the ultimate gaming mouse, it needs speed and stability. It needs to be precise and instinctive. It needs to be light but strong. It needs to be reliable and swift. It needs to last. It needs to be ready. It needs a name.
welcome to the 30th
Good evening,
Southeast
Philippines,
Asian
and
Games.
Good evening,
Wow.
Southeast Asia. Welcome to the official esports event of the 30th Southeast Asian Games for our 5th and final match of the day. Will finally determine the first esports athlete to be awarded with a gold medal from the Mobile Legends Bang discipline. So without further ado, please welcome on stage our gold medal candidates. Indonesia! Alright players, you may now shake hands as a sign of good sportsmanship.